how are you today, Katie? Ooh, let's move the Twitch chat up a bit. Blair. Sorry, just a few tweaks. This is the first stream I've done on Windows 10, so I just have to reshuffle a couple of things. Katie's good. That is good. Yeah, well, that's the problem. I always have my game on the primary screen. I have two things. In fact, I've turned one of these off. I need to I'm making a complete mess for the stream today. Like, I should be ready to go, but I've instead forgotten a whole bunch of things. Right, let's just test this is working, which could take up to a minute. There it is. Okay, my alerts are working now. So, this is Terratech, which is a very strange game. At first glance, it reminds me a bit of Robocraft, except when you get into it, it's really very different. It plays a bit more like a strategy game, so it's my little robot car thing. But, like, way over in that direction somewhere, I've got a base with other little cars, and they're all pottering around doing their own thing. But my world got invaded by this guy, and there's a glitch in the current version where when you get invaders, all the other enemies stop spawning, so I have to kill this guy. And he's got a lot of guns. Frame rate seems a bit lower than normal. I guess that's because OBS is recording. It's also become nighttime. I don't have a lot of lights on this thing. Okay, I'm going to come back with one of my other vehicles to take that guy on, because he's got way too many guns. But yeah, I'm quite enjoying this game so far. The invaders are other players' builds. I'm not quite sure how it works at the moment. It's a bit strange, but it seems that you can post builds to Twitter, and Twitter automatically downloads other players' builds and has them occasionally invade your world. So you get these crazy powerful contraptions, and sometimes you get some ridiculous stuff that just falls over. But they can be a pain. But there are like random enemies as well, which are usually a lot smaller and weaker. But the devs of the game have started adding other people's builds to the random enemy lists, so you can encounter all kinds of player-created stuff in here. Ah, there's my base in the distance. I spent ages and ages and ages on this base, and I've kind of made a mistake because it looks really big and impressive, but it's such a low-level sort of base. Because I've spent all of my money and all of my resources on these giant yellow beams which hold it up in the air. But here is my base. I'm going to drop the graphics down a little bit because recording seems to be reducing the frame rate a tad. So this is still a very early access game, and there's like a lot that hasn't been added yet. The AI is a bit stupid as well. Like this guy, this is one of my little harvesters, and sorry, I thought you were sneaking up on me then. And my harvesters, they don't seem to do anything. You're supposed to be able to build a small fleet of like vehicles and set them jobs, so you can have them go and gather resources or like ferry resources back. But at the moment, the Harvester AI, which has just been updated and to supposedly be even better than before, just seems to make my car drive off to a random spot and stop, or do what this guy's doing now, which is getting himself stuck in a tree. I'm not sure what this guy's doing as well. Over here. Ooh. Switch you back to harvest mode. It also seems that when you load up a game save, everybody like resets to follow mode. My frame rate still seems really slow. There's like a 2-second delay in the camera rotation. Try messing with anti-aliasing, because I've had that be a problem in previous games. It's a bit better, still a bit patchy. I'm going to have to look into this, because quite a few games, like recent streams, I'm having some issues with frame rate drops with OBS. Right, so going to explain some basic things. These green bubbles are repair bubbles. They basically repair your damaged parts, and the blue bubbles are protective shields. Now inside here on my base I've got all like the blocks that do that. So there's the repair bubble, there's a battery which holds power. This one is actually a wireless charger, which is sending electricity from the batteries in the base to this little gun turret thing, keeping him charged up. So my gun turret can swivel and shoot bad guys that attack my base while I'm out exploring, but he'll always have like a little defensive shield to keep him alive. I'm going to take this guy. This was my main vehicle until recently. I needed something faster, but this is made out of some pretty heavy duty stuff, and all of these are guns. So I've got the what are these again? Wide gauge stud lasers and the smaller coil lasers. I have one of these. These are a much better gun, but I keep losing them. They're quite low armor, they break easily, but these things are the best. They cost tons, but they pretty much one-hit most light vehicles, like anything fast and speedy. The downside with this guy is he is slow and cumbersome, and it takes him ages to get anywhere. Yes, it is a lot of guns. On his back, he's got two large tractor pads. These allow him to carry resources, so this guy can actually gather resources. But at the moment, he gathers resources by firing a massive barrage of lasers into a forest and knocking it all down. Then he carry it all back to base to be refined. But yeah, I spent all my money and resources building up a giant base. I haven't given it like very many guns. I haven't got any little spare harvester robots driving around. I just had this silly idea that building the base up on a big like oil rig platform would protect it, because the bad guys would only be able to hit the legs. No, that's not why there's a desert here. It's just a biome. I think there are only 4 biomes at the moment, and the forest is the only well, the grasslands are the only finished biome full of trees. There's a rocky mountainous biome, and I think they recently added a bunch of trees to that. There's also the desert and the salt flats. Apparently there are plans on adding water biomes, and then you have floating blocks for building boats and things, but you know, don't know how long it'll be until they actually process that. I mean, the view distance is pretty decent, because this is a big vehicle, so normally you're super zoomed in, tiny little vehicle not taking up much of the screen, and you can see quite a long way. Because that's often a problem with these sort of blocky, put-together games. You build stuff, but they drop the view distance down really, really low and give you a horrible fog to counteract the lag of the game. There he is. Now ideally I want to come at him side on so that I'm not actually taking shots from his guns, because I'll lose all my guns otherwise. Oh, that is a horrible frame rate drop there. Well, I got him. Just wait for his broken parts to finish exploding and see what we got. More guns. They're always handy. A couple of large drills would be good. Stick these on here for now. Take those back for my harvesters to use. And a 3-pound cannon. They're pretty powerful. I'll also take back these blocks to scrap, because resources. Some nice wheels. I don't need little stabilizer wheels, so I'll leave those behind. And now I have to drive all the way back again. You can see he didn't last very long against this thing, just because these aren't just lots of guns, there are also some quite high-end guns, like these mortars and things. So I'm doing alright. The problem is, my base isn't particularly well defended or strong. So when it's not bugged out and I've got bad guys driving around all over the place attacking my base, I can't go anywhere, because this thing could never get back in time to actually defend it. Unfortunately, there isn't a way to switch between your controllable vehicles when at range. You have to sort of be able to see them and double click on them. I might as well bring back some resources on the way. There was an update yesterday, quite a big update it seems. They changed all of the resources and stuff. So these blocks of wood used to just be brown blocks of wood, and some of the stuff has different names, and there's like new trees and things. So I've basically got to relearn how all the crafting works again. You can build turrets to defend your base. Problem is, the AI blocks you need to actually make the turret rotate, aim and shoot are quite expensive. And as I said, I spent all of my money and resources on giant yellow pillars. Just so I could make my base look cool. At the moment this game is only single player, but I'm really hoping they'll make like a multiplayer, because having lots of players with little bases building up defences and sort of making alliances or fighting would be interesting. I could see this game working very much like a strategy game. Well, that was one of the invaders dealt with. I'm really hoping my game isn't, like, bugged and I have to start over again, because it was in the last update. It was when invaders came in, all the bad guys disappeared from the world, and then when you killed the invader, they started showing up again. And I had an invader in my world, and then they updated it. There was another invader somewhere, but he's not showing up anymore, so I think he might have killed himself or something. But I think he was over that way somewhere, so I'll have to go over there and check. Well, elevating the base does kind of work. I need you to move out of the way. Oh, come on! I'm going to take your wheels away eventually. Just stay there. I can't tell this guy to idle until I swap out of him either, which is really annoying. No, stay. Stop driving around. Right. So up here, this bit here, that's my base. That's what would be sitting on the ground if it wasn't for the giant yellow beams. So these receiver pads actually take items off of nearby tractor pads. These ones here are conveyors, and conveyors basically always try and put stuff in to the left of where they enter. And then these are refineries. So most of these resources are going straight across because they can't go left. They go into these refineries. Then they come into this set of conveyor belts, and these are 2-slot refineries which merge like already refined equipment with other refined equipment to make even better stuff. But because they go left first, it's trying to slot them into these, and when it can't slot them into these to craft something, it carries on all the way around to these loaders. And these cannons basically sell stuff to, like, a space station or something. So all these resources are just being launched into space and sold. You can craft stuff yourself using these things. The fabricators. There are various types like 2-slot and 3-slot, and you put the parts in, it will make blocks. But you can also buy parts from the space station, basically. I find the buying parts is the easier way to do it, because then you just have to discover a part, which is usually by exploring and blowing something up, and then you can buy more of them. That's what this little thing here is for. So if I go to blocks, I've got like all these little parts I can order, and they just rain down from the sky next to my base. Now, I want to put these parts I've just found into this thing, which is a scrapper, because that's going to break them down. Actually, I need to move the scrapper over here. Can I attach it there? There we go. Because that way it'll break it down into whatever parts it's made of and try and craft it into things first before sending it off. That's supposed to be over there. The frame rate is causing a massive problem because I can't get the camera where I want it. It's just suddenly flying off. Quickly take a second to look at the OBS settings and see if I can find anything that might help. Not really. Let's try sort of dropping that down. Alright, give me 2 secs. I need to refresh the stream for this. Right. Let's see if that's better. Seems a bit better at the moment. We'll see when it starts getting hectic and busy. Problem is, it seems something OBS is doing is slowing down the video of a game. It might just be because I've been streaming some 60 FPS games and having some of the settings higher than they should be for 30 FPS ones. Is that an ordinary refinery? You... I need more conveyors. There we go. Okay, that conveyor should have fallen out of the sky somewhere nearby. I don't see it. There it is. Didn't actually see it come down. Put that in there, and then we've got one more refinery working on stuff. Right. Scrap these parts I've obtained. Still getting some frame rate drops. Let's put all these up here where I can see them. Just stick my drills to my confused harvester for now. Is this driving into a pillar? Yeah, so this base is powered by these little solar generators. So I just have a big battery to store all the power. Because at the beginning of the game, when it becomes nighttime, the solar generators turn off and you can't repair. Actually, let's get these on the conveyor belts, because then they'll actually get loaded into the scrapper while I'm out and about. And I can go and gather some resources. I think eventually there are plans to add, like, saws and stuff, because they've got drills for the stone. So I think there's going to be, like, limitations, so you can't just drive along, like, knocking down forests with lasers. You'll have to build a vehicle that can harvest. But at the moment, everything's all on one button, so if you want to start mining and you've got, like, lasers for defending yourself, your vehicles just fire randomly into the air while drilling through a rock. So I've just been using lasers to cut everything down and smash up all the boulders. And these tractor pads I've got are actually really large ones compared to what you start out with. They can carry about 3 layers of stuff each. This one seems to have 4 layers at the moment, but sooner or later it's just going to start launching blocks into the air. Is it actually working now? I can carry a lot more. I'm going to test this out. Because before the last update there was a glitch where once you had like 3 or 4 layers, it would just start launching the blocks into the sky rather than stacking them. But it seems I can actually carry a lot more than I used to be able to. Because I think what happened was it decided the tractor was full, and then every time it tried to pick up a new item it would throw away one of the older items, and you just end up with your resources being scattered all over the place. I mean, there are problems with these tractor pads, like if you build a vehicle that's too fast, then everything just falls over. Or if you build a base that has a really low entrance. So now I have to stand here and wait for the base to deal with all these resources. I mean, I still want to get armor blocks around these pillars, so it's all like... Because I've got a couple up here, but I want to get these all down the pillars, so if anything attacks, they're not going to hit the anchor blocks. Because if they take out the anchor blocks attaching it to the floor, my whole base just collapses into a pile of components. And then they just start firing it at them and blowing it all up. I'm definitely going to need more loaders, I think. I mean, you can get a tray for holding components while these conveyors are waiting, but sometimes the items go backwards. Like, if there isn't enough room on the conveyors this side, these refineries will send the stuff they've created back out to this side. But I don't want to build a conveyor to go around the outside, because then while these refineries are full, the ordinary blocks will be going straight into the block. We need a filter. There isn't one yet, which is frustrating. Because I did want to get some of these things. These are part trays. They basically hold like all the parts you're not using, and I wanted to get those like in the base so I can start storing up blocks and things I need to make vehicles. But because there's no filter, I just get like jumbled blocks all over the place, and like these big blocks will spin round and just push out little ones, and they all fall off. So the only way to do it is to build lots of separated trays and manually put each item into each spot. Which will just take forever. I mean, all the blocks on this tray, these are things I don't want, but they haven't added recipes for these yet. So you can only obtain them by killing bad guys. But because they don't have recipes, you can't scrap them. Okay. I'll see you whenever then, Katie. So, yeah, I'm hoping that the filter blocks aren't too far away, because then I can build a giant contraption, basically, for storing all my stuff. I should start dealing with that at some point. I still need to get a, like a floor on this base so I can put things on top of it. Well, now the chat's going to be quiet again. I need to finish this turret as well. It's only got little guns on the top. Right, I'm going to go and see if that other invader did die or whether he's just not showing up. Because I still don't see any enemies in the world. Which direction was that? I think it was that way. Because towards the beginning of the game I was getting attacked loads and loads, and as soon as that invader popped up, all the enemies stopped spawning. He might have been over there. Something over here. This is one of those meant to be friendly vehicles from the new update. I'll have to come back and grab that later. New trees as well. This vehicle is so slow. It's the price of having many big guns. I think this needs more guns. But I need guns for my base. Shoot my way through here. Got a wheel stuck. Right. It was somewhere around here I last saw that invader. Might have been just over that hill. I could also try saving and quitting and reloading the world, since I did kill one of the invaders. See if that gets the bad guys to reappear. I'm not seeing our missing invader anywhere. Just make sure he's not hiding over this one. Nope. Well, I guess he did die. Because I just had a pop-up message saying you defeated him, even though I was miles away at the time. Looks like I got a pile of parts over here that I left behind at some point. That is glowing over there. Oh, of course an invader is coming. Well, can't be any worse than the last one that turned up, so we'll see how we do. They made the invader timer longer as well. Of course he's facing me. Try and drain the shield bubble out at range before I get too close. He has terrible aim. Woo. Hey, are those new parts? Sweet, I've got medium speed boosters out there. Actually, let's put that on that way in case there's another part here. It's another speed booster. What are these? Propellers. Oh, we've got some new base pieces as well. Let's take those with me. No, don't start firing those off. Let's put them over here then. Couple of part trays. Always handy. Did lose some guns. Hopefully I can find some more amongst this wreckage. Some wings and things. I put it in the part tray. Oh, these are tractor pads, not part trays. Okay, that would make sense. so many parts here. Hello. Sorry, I was distracted from the chat a moment because of the massive pile of parts lying on the floor that I wanted. Viper Sniper. Not seen you around here before. Yay, guns. It's another alert popping up in the wrong place. I need to fix that so I can actually see what the alerts say when they pop up. Wow, so these fuel tanks I've found allow me to do really long boosts, but the vehicle is so heavy that the booster isn't really doing much. It's making me a little bit faster, but that is slow. I might keep those on here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to save and reload and see if that fixes the enemies not spawning, because aside from the occasional invader, there's nothing attacking me, which doesn't exactly make for interesting gameplay. I mean, not that I want my base to get blown to bits by bad guys attacking me every 5 seconds, but you know, it's clearly a bug that they're not spawning, so... Okay, you are really annoying me. Every time I try and come back to base, this one guy here keeps driving into my parking spot underneath the loaders and ramming into everyone. So I'm just going to pull its AI off. I'm not really sure what my harvester is doing either. Let's see if moving some of these parts around will make the AI actually work. Go and harvest. I think he's just going to sit there. That's all he ever does. Oh no, he did drive off. he was harvesting that tree for a second or two, he might actually do something. Right, let's see if I can get somewhere to store these blocks. I need a couple of big silos. I don't know how expensive those are. Here we go, large silo. Oh, thank you for following, Benno. It's always good to have someone watching the stream. Means I don't have to talk to myself as much. Yes, I was going to reload so that there were enemies. Just give me a moment to sort this out. Oh, still in this. Let's put that up here. I suppose we can put this on here so it's not hanging over the outside. Oh, let's stick it there then. Wasn't there a second one of those somewhere? There it is. Right, one sec. Put that there. It's very hard to get something to go where you want it. There we go. And it fell off. Of course it falls off, they can't attach to the yellow beams. I'm just being derpy. There. I don't want these touching so they pass parts between each other, because I want to actually use them to sort blocks. So I can have my small blocks in this one, large blocks in this one. Because you always need blocks, so I don't really want to scrap those. I don't think I'm going to need these propellery things anytime soon, because I'm not planning on building a flying vehicle, so I will scrap those for parts, get some money. These tractor pads may be useful for when I start building my harvesters though. Let's get these into the scrapper as well. Now I can't see. Ugh, what is going on here? I want to reload, but I keep getting distracted. Seriously, he's attached to that wheel. Oh, bugger, I didn't want to do that. This is supposed to be anchored to the floor. I just pulled my base out of the ground. And now it's anchored by the wrong anchor point. Oh, wow. Well, okay then. I'll have to fix that at some point. Can't get this guy off my wheel. There we go. Used his thruster to escape. I did not know I could de-anchor my entire base by using the build beam. I mean, these anchor points are kind of important, because if one leg gets sort of blown off... Let's grab one of these. The other legs are supposed to hold the whole thing up so it doesn't crumble apart. Great. Save and quit and see if the enemies reappear. Let's get the thrusters on this thing healed up as well. Yeah. I'll go out for a drive, find that plane I found earlier. I think it was over this way. And while we're doing that, we'll be able to hopefully see if the enemies are appearing again. If not, I'll have to spend some time at some point Googling to see if there's actually a fix for it, because I'd rather not have to start again. Oh, I'm having some serious problems with my throat today. See if I can claim this thing. Can't claim it. I mean, I could shoot it apart and then claim its parts, but I'd rather it stay the shape it is. Ooh. So there's one wheel on the back and two on those little things. Because I've seen that thing fly, so I know it works. Oh, seriously? This is the worst time for an invader to attack me. I can't even get my wheels on straight. I can't even find my other wheel. Put the wheels on here then. It appears to be stuck, that's good. It gives me some time to try and solve this dilemma. Oh, that's why I'm missing a wheel. It's on the part I haven't broken yet. It's really unnerving trying to build something while you've got an enemy just over the hill. need that other piece. And of course it broke. I've got nowhere to stick these parts. I very much doubt this is going to fly. It seems to sort of glide now, but it's not in any way steerable or flyable. If I can just get it back to base, I can actually drop the parts off. Okay, I can go get the other parts with this thing and take out the invader. Then I can come back and try and actually rebuild it as a plane. Those booster tanks actually last quite a while. I could probably stick more of these thrusters on there and just set it up. Really, the only piece that survived was a block? Right, let's salvage these bits. Still not seeing very many enemies. I'll have a look and see if Google can find me a bug fix or something. Hang on, what is that? Because that wasn't there 2 seconds ago. That's my little plane. Why has it moved all the way over here? Let's put the wheels there. dismantle the lights because I don't really need those. Bugger. That's not what I was trying to do either. Right. Start off by getting rid of all the old parts of my exploration buggy. Actually, not sure I need that block on the back. Any weight I can get rid of is gonna help. Need to get these wings into the healing bubble as well. Right, I'm actually going to try completely restarting the game, and while that's rebooting, I'm going to take a moment to look up a solution to the missing enemies bug. Someone's following. Oh. Right. Just bear with me 2 seconds. I'll look for a fix. Hello, Django. That's really light green on my chat. Doesn't really make it easy to tell. How are you today? Oh, and Big Bubble Boy as well. So many people visiting who I've not seen yet before. I'm just trying to find a quick fix for a problem I'm having, that enemies aren't spawning for some reason. Googling for fixes while streaming is not particularly easy. I'm not finding anything. I mean, I found a post set from the developers saying to send save files to them for them to fix them, but that will take time, and obviously not something you want to do streaming. Whoa. Well, that was interesting. Oh. Yeah, that doesn't really work, does it? Moobot's killing you for a smiley. Nope. Okay, so this plane is just tipping itself upright and then crashing to the floor. I think it's because the duck smiley you've used is all capitals, so Moobot's picking it up as the word, not as the smiley. Yeah, this is the first plane I've actually built, which... once it takes off, I don't seem to have any control over it for steering and driving. Unless there's, like, some mysterious button I'm not familiar with. I am just smashing it to pieces. That's all I can do is little, like, L-shaped glides. And check the buttons. Nope. Interesting. Oh no, I've lost a wheel. Yeah, so it seems that you have to press forwards to take off, but if the plane takes off, it sort of tilts upwards, and if you stop pressing forwards to stop it tilting upwards, you fall to your death. Now I've got to try and navigate this back to the base with two wheels so I can actually get a new one. Actually, I can just take control of my base. Tiny wheel. Stabilizer wheel. Please don't drop it off miles away from where I need it. There it is. Wheel. I mean, I don't think hoverpads are for planes. I think they make hovercraft. I just want something like fast maneuverable so I can go off and explore, work out where things are, and then come back to base. I mean, this little plane is basically the same design the devs used, and they took off with it and flew absolutely fine. So I think the problem is in my understanding of how flying works in this game. Because as far as I can tell, there's only 4 buttons you can use to move with. So something is making it tilt upwards. You think lightweight blocks will work better? I mean, these are the blocks that they used, so... out there. I've got a couple though, so I can give it a go. Let's put you in the repair bubble. Ugh. I do hate that, like, around the edges of the screen, the movement for block parts is completely different from, like, around your vehicle. So rather than moving things further away, you just move them higher. That's not what I'm trying to do. I mean, I'm not really trying to experiment with building a really big plane. I'm just trying to get this little plane to take off so I can figure out how they work. It doesn't help that you keep getting nope. I'm only tapping it forwards very slightly and it does the exact same arc every time. Hang on a second. Wow. Just doing a quick Google check, see if anyone has okay. Well, that was a bit better, but that wasn't what I was intending to do. Aha. We're flying, sort of. I can't go in a straight line. Okay, I'm getting the hang of it. I think this vehicle is too light at the front. It's causing it to flip backwards. Unfortunately, now I've got to get it back to base. It doesn't have much in the way of steering or, like, straightforward ability. Like, every time I start to pick up any amount of speed going forwards, it takes off, and then I have no control. Right. Oh, there we go. They've added like a right-click menu, and you can't drag the camera around if you've got like a base in the way. It opens a menu. Right, let's see. We need to make this a little heavier at the front than it is at the back. This gun is quite far back, but I can't move it forwards because of the propeller. Could try sticking another block on there and moving the gun forwards and see if that makes it more balanced, but where am we? Oh, there we go. It's still doing flips. There we go, this is a bit more controllable. I'm still having to correct it by steering down to stop it going forwards, but see if I can turn around and fly back. Oh. There's not a massive amount of control over how much you tilt up or down. Also, I don't think a forest is the best place to try and take off with a plane. Like, I think airports are generally built on flat terrains with very few trees. And this is very bumpy. Okay, I've lost my propeller. I think that light block is just too light. I need heavy blocks on the front. I could take these two off and put on another double long one. Buy myself a new propeller. I bet they're going to be ridiculously expensive as well. Oh no, 800's not too bad. I'll get there eventually. Problem is, pretty much all the Venture components are really flimsy. What are you doing? That harvester I built is just sitting there behind a rock. I think it's trying to harvest stuff without actually turning the drills on. Because it just keeps driving off. Ah, there it is. I can't reach it. Let's take control of this. Well, there's already a Disney plane, so... That's a bit better. It's still tilting backwards. I wonder what causes that. Like every so often there's a frame rate drop because of OBS recording it. And when the frame rate drop happens, it's not picking up me trying to pivot it back down and keep it from tilting up, so it's a very unstable way of navigating. Still, this is way faster. I can get a proper look around and see like what's where and where invaders are and things. Little scout plane. I don't suppose you could do me a favour and see if you can find a bug fix for the enemies not spawning? Because I can't properly look while I'm streaming. But I went out, hunted down the invaders and got rid of them, and enemies don't seem to have reappeared, so it's something... It's probably because I had an invader and all my enemies had disappeared when the most recent update came out. But the world is pretty empty. No one's attacked my base at all or anything. Ah, you know why this might be heavier at the back? The devs had lights and I didn't bother with lights. Oh, that was not the best landing. So the lights on the front may have unbalanced it. So maybe I could get like a couple of little tiny guns just to give it a tad more weight. Actually, I mean, they're one block, they can't be super heavy. I'll try a couple of those. Because if they balance out the weight, then this plane will be so good. Have they gone and dropped them over the far side? Planes do not turn on the ground. I mean, these might end up being too heavy. Yeah, I have restarted it and I've reloaded the save a couple of times. See, if I started a new save, then all the enemies would be back, but I don't want to have to, you know, restart the game and lose all of my progress every time enemies glitch out and disappear. That's better. It's now tilting very slightly down, but nowhere near as much as when it was tilting up. I can actually fly in straight lines. If I fire the gun, it does slow down quite rapidly, so I have to be careful of that. Oh. Okay, now I'm stuck in a tree. I didn't realise that hill was quite so tall. This is too flat. There we go. Take off here. Oh, I'm steering down, aren't I? I'll manage to take off in a minute. If I don't destroy the plane first. Wow. I'm actually stuck in a tree. Oh, now I'm just... Okay, for a minute then I was flying on bullet power. I need to get back to base and repair the plane. I've damaged the propeller way too much. This is too steep, apparently. Come on, Bill Beam, get me up this hill. There we go. What the... Super steep ledges. Hi. So many people appearing in the chat this evening. I think it's just because I normally stream earlier in the day and I guess people are still at work or something. I don't think it's that I've killed too many enemies too quickly. There we go, I'm in the air again. In the previous version, the normal enemies all over the map despawned whenever you got an invader in the world that you hadn't killed. But normally when you killed them, that invader came back. Not the invader came back, the enemies came back. But I had an invader in the world, so all my enemies had disappeared, and then they updated it. Sorry, I didn't mean to mute my mic. There are actually enemies around all of a sudden. I don't know if these are enemies I've driven past before and just missed, or... I don't really want to get in a fight while I'm in my little scout plane, but... Does that guy have parts I've not seen before? Oh no, they're just little one block armor plates. I wonder if I can nick those. Just while he's not looking. Drop this over here. Okay, so these guys are slightly northeast. If I come back with my my big truck. So there's another dude over there. I wonder if running away from that invader that just appeared and, like... fixed it or something. And there are parts scattered around this area, so this is an area I spent some time running around before. So they could just be enemies that spawned a while ago and haven't respawned for some reason. Like, haven't despawned. This is quite a fair way northeast. Oh no. I had to hit a tree, didn't I? Here we go. Okay, so the problem with the planes is that when they're on the ground, they use completely different controls to when they're in the air. So as soon as they take off, you have to change which buttons you're pressing, otherwise you just steer into the ground or the sky. Right, let's take this guy. Unload the junk first. Why are those bits not coming off? Oh, I know why this is. Because when I used my build beam and pulled the whole base out of the ground, it's now slightly taller. So it's not reaching the receivers. Well, so when a plane is on the ground, W is forwards and S is backwards, the same as with a normal vehicle. But as soon as it lifts off the floor, you have to use shift to get the propeller to pull you forwards, and W and S change to up and down. So when you're pressing forwards, you're immediately steering down. Which means as soon as you take off, you steer down and land if you time it wrong. The other problem I see with that is because the propeller's on shift, the same as the speed boosters, you can't put speed boosters on a plane to make a sort of boosted plane. Because if you do that, you're going to be stuck with basically a rocket plane that can never go slowly. Alright, I'm going to go find those bad guys that we discovered. Take them on in this thing, but this thing is slow, so it is going to be a bit of a trek. I apologise if this isn't eventful or entertaining. I'm hoping that maybe by killing them it'll, like, reset the spawning for the area. Things seem to be spawning way over there because I've gone way over there. I can add music. I mean, the game's got some music as well, so... The problem is the only music I've got that is copyright free for streams at the moment is kind of loud, and it's fine during my breaks or during my opening, but I think it will drown out the game and my voice a bit. I mean, if you want, I can, try playing some of that music, but you'll have to tell me if it's too loud or too overpowering for the stream. Wait, it was more northeast. It's a lot more north. That is a bad guy, isn't it? Yep, and there's the other guys fighting over there. Is this guy just wheels and a big battery? I am taking that big battery. No, I'm not. Apparently exploded. Well, that's frustrating. Those big batteries are brilliant for setting up bases because it means they can charge smaller vehicles without draining all of their repair bubbles and shield bubbles. Thank you, Bubble. That's nice of you to say. I do try and put a lot of effort into my live streams, but unfortunately I don't get a lot of people... Hang on. A bit too low for me. There we go. I don't get a lot of people in my streams because my streaming schedule's a bit all over the place. I normally try to stream every Tuesday, but I have a mass of like medical appointments and things that I'm always having to go to, and they get in the way. It just takes so much time to get my streams all like set up and ready to go, and I can't do that if I've got appointments to run off to or I'm expecting various people to turn up. I still got all my guns on the front. I have. Actually gained a gun. Oh, I've gained another gun. All the loots. I'm gonna grab these armor plates as well, because they're expensive. Oh, bugger, you've got a megaton cannon. I want that one. Wait, did that cannon just explode or did I fling it away? I think it broke. That's frustrating. The cannons cost like 6,000 each, which is a lot, but they are so powerful. Give me a wheel. Don't know why I'm taking these wheels. These are the wheels that I've got tons of and never use and can't scrap yet. I am actually a transgender girl, so, you know, the occasional question about it is okay, but, you know, don't be rude or keep pestering me. Wow, there are so many pylons here. I must have gotten a lot of parts from this area last time I played. Hopefully now those guys have been killed, we'll start seeing more enemies reappearing. But it is eerily quiet. Like when I started out on the game, it was impossible to build a base. You had to like keep everything on you all the time because people would just come along and blow you up. So I'm hoping that my base has actually been built up to a stage where it can defend itself while I'm out and about and I don't have to drive back every 5 seconds. But because enemies aren't spawning as much in this area, I have no idea if all the defense turrets I've stuck on it are actually in a good place. Normally there's tons of little guys like whizzing around the desert, because the deserts are where all the Venture Corp vehicles spawn, which are the really lightly armoured, really fast parts. So you can normally spot them skidding around in the distance, but there's nothing. And I suppose it's possible that enemies are only spawning quite far away. Or those may have just been people I neglected to kill at an earlier stage who didn't despawn, so... I mean, I could always get in the scout plane again and fly off and see if I just go really, really far east, if enemies start appearing. And if that's the case, then I might just have to relocate my entire base, which I have no idea how I'm going to do that, because it's kind of a big construct covered in parts, but... At least I'm bringing some resources back with these parts. Ooh. Just level the forest on the way here. There was a point when this entire grassland had nothing in it, because I just went nuts with this thing, ferrying all the resources back to base. I think it's a good 100,000 for those yellow beams in my base, because they're expensive parts. Okay, thanks for sticking around for a while, Bubble. I think when all this is unloaded, I'm going to drop into research and development mode and just experiment, because without enemies there's not much for you to watch. It's just me driving around getting resources. Ooh. tapped out or something then. And this is going surprisingly smoothly for my first stream on Windows 10. I was expecting like a billion problems. You can't be scrapped. To grab those. I need some more of these trays. And I need something to put behind the trays to actually attach them to, because individual blocks are not gonna do the job. Just a bit worried about spending all my money. I want to keep some backup money so that if my base gets blown up or destroyed, I can actually, you know, rebuild my vehicles and things. But the parts I need to build up my base are so expensive. 5 long. That should do it. I've just got to wait for those to be delivered wherever it is they're going to drop off. Actually, let's stick one of those there for the moment. Oh, there they are. Right, put that there. This is going to make a terrible mess, isn't it? Do these meet in the middle? Yes, they do. Okay. Let's take all of these out. Here we go. Oh, the blue energy field. Yeah. What I've actually got, which is going into each of these towers, is there's a repair bubble on the inside so the vehicles I drive in can get repaired. And then there's a small battery and a wireless charger. So this thing is actually going to wirelessly recharge all the turrets that sit like on the corners. I wanted to stick megaton cannons on the side of these, but I've only got 2 at the moment. They cost way too much to buy them, so I'm just hoping to get them off of enemies. But this guy does, or he did, like tuck into the green field slightly as he rotated, so he would have got repairs. But earlier today I accidentally pressed B while I was in the base, and the build beam just lifted the whole thing up off the ground. When I put it back down, it did re-anchor, but it's a lot higher up than it was, so... And I think it's moved over slightly as well. I just need to switch to base, it's easier to see what's going on. Sort these out a bit. That did not work. That did not work either. Oh, goody. What I'm trying to do is set up a like a bunch of trays where I can store all the main parts, like the blocks or the weapons and things I use. The problem is there's no filter block for conveyors yet, so I have to manually put everything in. Oops, I just flung that wheel away. I can't see. Next time I build a base like this, I'm going to build it a lot lower. This is a pain. I will stick a few bigger batteries in the base. I've got one big one up here. And all the solar panels are up here. So that's keeping this charged. And at the moment, the base is always charged. So at night, it can keep recharging the shield on the guns. And there's no real loss. I don't know where to stick these wheels. There's no real loss of power. But I mean, when I've got the other turrets and things set up and all the other corners, it will probably need another battery just to keep it charged at night. But I mean, if the base gets attacked at night, I want all the turrets to be protected so they can carry on shooting even if I'm off far away. Ah, there's the other one of those. That's what I was looking for. How many more of these do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's going to be really expensive. Wait, that's still an experimental. I suppose I can spare 6,000 more. I don't like dropping below 30,000 in case I need to replace my vehicles or my guns. Because the last thing you want is if I drive off and I get shot and lose all my guns and then come back to base, I don't want to get attacked and find out I can't defend it. Oh, I've just pulled the turret off my tower. These things are... It's obviously a part that can't be scrapped. Put that in there. Got to put a block here to stop that going into the corner. There we go. I find I'm just attaching spare parts to my base, like, instead of storing them at the moment. Basically, the base just isn't finished. I mean, I originally planned for all these pillars to be covered in these grey blocks, so they'd be all armoured up and everything as well. There'd be more parts in them. But I haven't got the resources to buy all those parts yet, so... Let's move these refineries over here out the way. I don't want these touching, because if they're touching, all the parts will start moving between them, which will be really frustrating. I mean, I do scrap parts I don't need, but not everything can be scrapped. I also want to keep hold of the parts I'm going to be using. So these wheels, I actually use these when I'm building things. When the AI is actually working, I'll need them all to build like my little fleet of harvester drones and things. I'm just not going to go mad with building harvester drones until they fix the issue, because... Where is my harvester anyway? He was around here when I last checked. Oh well. He has a tendency just to drive off into the middle of nowhere and stop for no reason. I don't know why the Harvester AI does it. It's the only thing I can get them to actually do, and it's not particularly useful. Small one there. Right. Well, that's the base sort of sorted, and all those spare parts. I think it's all the spare parts. Oh, there's some armor plates still here, which I should store for the time being. Drills as well. I'll keep those guns on there, actually. Move them in one. You can never have too many guns. Especially as half the stuff that spawns in is made by other players and is just a wall of guns. Well, since I haven't got any enemies and there's like not much going on, I think I'm going to go into the test chamber. While I'm in here, I'm going to load my plane as well, I think. Oh yeah, that one there, that's what my base should look like eventually. As you can see, it's just like a sheet of armor, and I've got all my refineries and stuff on top. This one I built because I built, using the sloped pieces, a ramp to see if you could actually drive up onto it. But everything takes damage while you're driving across it because it thinks you're crashing. They need to add like a block that is actually a floor block or something, so you can build, you know, bases you can drive in, or a garage or something. Right, I wanted to try something because I noticed with this plane when I nearly crashed that the guns were actually pushing me up off the ground. So I want to see if I can actually build a vehicle that is steerable and drivable, but flies using these guns. I think the best place to start will be a flat base made out of blocks. Ooh. Oh, didn't mean to do that. And I'm going to need one of those. I haven't really tried using propellers to boost my vehicles. I mean, if I want the car to go very quickly, I normally just stick thrusters and some booster tanks on. I built a very fast little scout car. I mean, the main problem in the single player is just the cost of blocks. Because propellers and thrusters and things, they cost a lot of money. And I need a lot of basic stuff for my base still, so... Ugh. Rotation is a pain sometimes. Start with the back, that'll be easier. Put that there. There we go. Just want a little square base. Now, somewhere in this mess is those guns I need. They might be over here in the experimental stuff. Are these too tall to get either side? Okay, that's frustrating. Guess I'm gonna have to make this wider. Why don't you want to attach there? The collision detection for these might be a bit too big. I guess I can put them on the outside then. Ah. Here we go. My voice is really going. It's like throat's all sore and weird. Well, that's a step forward. I think the key to getting this to work, and I'm going to have to really balance the vehicle so it doesn't tip forwards or backwards. Like at the moment it's heavier at the back. What is that pop-up? It's annoying me. Right. Well, now it goes up. Now I'd like to use guns to propel it forwards as well, but I don't think that's going to work. Because you won't be able to control how far forwards you move. Actually, no, those aren't very... I suppose I can put them either side. Balances out a bit better. Well, they're not very central either. far too heavy to move. Gonna need... I mean, those thrusters are a little bit more powerful, so... See, now it's too front heavy. So when you thrust, it flips it over quite quickly. And of course we broke a bit. You know, let's grab some more of these. If we can get this to actually fit, like... Stupid rotation thing. I want it to fit, like, centrally. So I'm going to have to build a bunch of blocks out to stop it offsetting it to the wrong side. There we go. Then you end up with a pile of blocks you don't need. There's another small one. Place that. This is not working. Oh no! Okay, well that's even more of a problem. Also, I can't rotate the camera anymore. Oh dear. I think maybe if I put a gyroscope or something in there, it might have worked. Can we, Can't do anything. Gotta start again from scratch, even though all the parts I need are in that pile. I have something I can load up from. Use that. Where are the gyroscopes? There they are. Get a couple of these. We get a whole bunch of gyroscopes because they'll really stack to keep it upright, which will make it a lot easier to make it hover. Gonna need pilot thing. And lots of these. Thrusters. I need thrusters. Oh, that was the build beam. The new weapon. That would be this one, which I'm not really sure counts as a weapon. It just fires fireworks. which are very pretty, but I suppose they must do damage. I'm not sure. They don't. They do damage, but they don't really do much. I'm not really sure it's designed to be a weapon. I think it's just meant to be, you know, pretty. Yay! To slow down its descent. We now have a gun-powered rocket. Actually, let's move that one over here. We can put the thruster in there. Right. Some other things I need to find. Obviously, we're going to need some more fuel tanks, but I'm not sure those are the best ones. Are these searchlights? They're searchlights, that's not what we want. Somewhere in here there is a steering a steering assist thruster. I think it's that one. Here we go. I'm hoping these will allow it to turn. Oh, I didn't mean to actually attach it. Just want to put it over there. And I need something to stop it getting damaged when it lands. Fuel tank. I mean, these fuel tanks would be great if I can get them to fit. I mean, sticking a hover thing on the bottom would allow it to land without taking damage, but then it will hover, and that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make it hover via the use of guns. So I need like a shock absorber or something. Is that a big hover plate? Yeah. Oh well, we'll see how this works. LEDs at the back so you can actually see. Does not turn very quickly. Also, I think it needs more guns at the back because it's gotten a little heavy now. That's a bit better. It works. Wow. It's all down to those guns having so much, like, knockback on them. somehow very much doubt an AI will actually be able to fly it though, because it'll just try and shoot enemies. Could do with a few more of these on. Unfortunately, because of the gyroscopes, I don't think you can actually... They don't damage each other, so maybe that'll work. Gyroscopes attach weird. Like, they have two sides they can't attach. They definitely need more steering though, because it's only going round in big circles. Also, not sure I need that one. It's a bit better. Yeah, that works. Then I can stick like a couple of these on and put some more steering things on there. Where are the steering thrusters? There they are. It doesn't really turn. It sort of goes sideways. Nope. That turned a bit better, didn't it? See, now it's just strafing, not turning. I think it's because I got them on the front and the back. I can try bringing these back a bit, but I think that might... might off-balance it a bit. Just has a very big turning circle. Still, in principle it works. You can actually make something that flies using guns. I mean, that's pretty cool. Just gonna make a few more minor tweaks, and then I'll see if you can actually set things to invade from this mode. But it needs something on the front to... protect it. And unfortunately that's too heavy, it seems. Oh no, it's going. It's just a bit heavier at the back now than it was. Put those two guns back on. See if that helps. It works! Okay, what the hell should I name this thing? No idea for names for a vehicle that... It's a hovercraft that uses bullets to hover. can't have hyphens. Oh, you can't send stuff to invade from R&D. Name it, it works. Hang on, I need to find the... I need to find the folder it saves this stuff in a second and delete a few things. I've got way too many saved contraptions, like multiple versions of the same thing. What is that? Windows 10 preview thing is really annoying. That's the scout plane. That's my exploration buggy. That's my base. That's not a turret. Get rid of that one. Nope. Keep that one. Okay. Oh, no exclamation marks. Save. There we go. That is now tweeted, which means you can get it in your world. I don't know exactly how it works, but I think like if you retweet stuff, you download it into the game or something. I need to get on the website and read that through properly. Oh. I took damage. How did I manage that? I have to say, it's not the easiest vehicle to fly, but that said, it is easier than flying the default planes. Ooh, it does drop a bit when you hit a lag spike, though. But I mean, the advantage of this, in theory, is that if there's anyone below you, they're going to take a lot of damage, and very few people build cars that can shoot directly upwards. Though I'm not sure how much control I have to keep it in the right place. See if I can hover it over that little scout vehicle. Nope. Nope, you cannot make it hover above an enemy very easily. Good job it's got 2 big fuel tanks. Alright, let's see how much it costs then, because you can't make it invade people's world without crafting it first. Which means being in the single player world and buying the tech. There it is. 51,500. Wow. Alright, let's see how much money I get. Like, harvesting one stack of stuff now that these things actually work. Now the tractor pads can actually store things without flinging resources everywhere. Because the problem is when you send stuff off to invade, you lose all of the parts on that vehicle. So it's a lot of money going down the drain. I don't really want to waste the resources I've got at the moment. Like, if I have zero money, then I'm risking my vehicles and things. Alright, so I've got about 20,000. We'll see how much we make from this stack. Now I need to fix this. Put that there. Ever since my base, like, moved up, nothing quite reaches now. It's rather irritating. So if you ever build a base like this, don't press B, because the build beam actually pulls the base out of the ground. And when it re-anchors, it's a lot higher up than it should be. Some of them are actually making it up there. Although the stuff in here seems to be coming back to my tractor pad. These aren't doing the job. Let's get rid of them. I was hoping that I could just have some storage space in up there that isn't a conveyor, but I'll grab those. But they're just pulling things off of each other's tractor pads, so can conveyors like move things vertically? I need some more conveyors anyway, so I might as well buy them and have a look. Conveyors. They're in here somewhere. Have I gone past them? Oh, there they were. Hello. More new people. Oh, where are those conveyors I just ordered? They should have dropped down by now. There's some of them. Back on the vehicle. Bit of a frame rate drop at the moment. He's over here. I think it's just having a giant stack of stuff is causing the frame rate to drop. These conveyors are actually upside down. Okay, that's weird. Let's see if that actually moves them vertically up it. That is actually working. Awesome. So you can create conveyor stairs. I'm gonna have to fix all this at some point. Yeah, I did. I was kind of stupid and built the yellow frame bit first, so I was using my little vehicle to go around and gather all the resources so that I could afford to buy these yellow beams. I really should have built up a bigger base so I could refine everything quicker, and like all I really need is this little section here, plus, you know, the things for storing my stuff and the battery. All of this is just really expensive, like, useless parts. I think next time I build a base, I won't build it quite so big as well, because, like, half the width of this would have been fine. Okay, so that's one vehicle's worth of resources being processed, so we'll see how much we get from that, and then I can work out how much work I actually have to do to buy that tech. My laser's too tall to hit the boulder. That's annoying. These wheels are too high. I need to build like another step down on the front. I think if I do that, the front will get stuck on a hill. I need to get a new computer chair as well. The back on this one's gone, so I can't lean back, but it's resulting in me being down here when I should be like sat up properly. I can't get my webcam any lower for streaming because my monitor's too high. Have I got something stuck underneath me? For sure. Ah, there you are. Sometimes you get a piece stuck underneath your vehicle and it makes you do wheelies. So it looks like one truck's worth of resources is about 5,000. Which means in the case of getting 50,000 to make that thing and send it as an invader is gonna cost quite a lot of money. Quite a lot of time that I'd rather be putting into the base. haven't seen trees not dropping anything, but I've only played the most recent 2 updates, so I don't know if that could be an older problem. See if we can get a little bit more of a loading pad down there. It'll take a bit more. And now we play the game of guess where the conveyors are going to land. There they are. You know what would be good is if they gave you like a delivery pad. Just like a little 3x3 block like that when you ordered things, if it was attached to your, whatever those are called. Can't look up their names without opening their inventory. The little computer things. Then they can drop like all your items that you order on there, rather than just randomly. Because especially with a big base like this, they sort of drop off to the sides where they're slightly out of your range. Have I still got wheels stuck to the underside of this? What are these? Oh, I got the speedy wheels and things on there as well. I need more sorting pads for holding my parts. I mean, I haven't tried knocking down the new trees, so maybe they don't drop resources. But the forest ones have always dropped resources for me. Right, let's see if we can sort this out. Where did that other one go? You can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more receiver pads. I bet the receiver pads are expensive. 800. Just want to make my base able to take resources the way it did before. Does not want to go where I'm trying to put it. There's a conveyor over there I've missed as well. Switch to base. There we go. Right, let's put that one there for now. That'll make it neater looking. That'll actually unload my resources a bit more efficiently. I don't know if it's possible that it's like a particular weapon you're using. I mean, that tree there didn't drop any resources. But I mean, a good majority of them are dropping blocks, and I've got like just tons of guns on the front. These mushroom trees do seem to drop more resources, but that's just because they're clustered a lot closer together. I did have one of those adventure rifles on here at one point. I lost it when something shot me, but since they've changed the model file to these to be really round, they roll away. It's weird seeing like a little trail of them where they've all rolled into a valley or something. I'm actually not sure how much these tractor pads can hold now, because in the previous update they were flinging like bits all over the place as soon as they got higher than 3 blocks. I suppose if I keep going, eventually they'll just stop picking things up. Problem is, if this tower of resources gets too tall, I'll go back to base and the top of my base will just cleave half of it off and it'll all fall on the floor. See, it's not picking anything up now, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's about 10 rows. So it's about 3 or 4 times more than what you could carry before the bug fix. Oh, I ran over my plane. See, everything's just going to fall off now. Before, though, what I was carrying, like, these receivers were taking pretty much all of it, and now they're not. Hello, Sniper. You back again? I saw you drop in earlier and say hello, but yeah, I can see that. I mean, this is a live stream, so there'll be like a Twitch delay, like buffer time, so me replying to you won't be instant. But I did see you pop in earlier and then you disappeared. How are you today? A couple of these resources I dropped. 1, 2 more. I really wish I could see those alerts. I need to work out how to get them to pop up on a different monitor. I'm alright. I overslept this morning, really badly. So I almost didn't stream today. I didn't wake up till about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I went to bed early, like, the day before, so was asleep for many, many hours. I do tend to suffer from isomania, so quite often I'm up late and awake and completely unable to sleep, so I guess I was just catching up or something. But I had to get food and stuff today as well, and I didn't think I'd have enough time to stream, but I don't know, I've got things sorted more or less. It's a bit of a later stream. At the moment it is 10:30, so I will be finishing the stream soon. I normally start my streams at around 6 o'clock every Tuesday, and stream for about 6 or so hours, so I would have finished an hour ago, but with starting late, I'm sort of streaming a bit later. Hey! Got a little Moogle pop-up. Those pop-ups are so rare. I am in the UK, so it is evening time. I wonder if I need those upside down conveyors in there, or whether I can actually get away with like a block and you just have the conveyors as a stair. I mean, that would save me 2 conveyor blocks, but the whole thing would have to come down to do it because they're only attached by those conveyors. Anyway, I'll go give us some more resources. Need another 30,000 or so, and then I can buy the thing I built in the research and development and send it on an invasion. I also need to look into the frame rate drop, because it only seems to drop frames when I'm using OBS to record. It's really frustrating, because you test a game and it's all like running smoothly and you've got everything running at like the highest frame rate you can, ready for streaming, and then you actually start streaming and you get frame rate drops, and you have to sit there on stream while people are watching, trying to fine-tune the graphics to fix it. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the whole Twitter thing on this game. Like, I get how it works, but relying on Twitter in order to make all the multiplayer features means that if you play the game, you're going to get tons and tons of spam on your Twitter. You're just going to be spamming everyone all the time with, you've built this vehicle, and like, when you try and save it so you can buy it as a tech, it gets sent to Twitter. I mean, I only really use my Twitter to inform people of my erratic streaming schedule. I can't hit that rock. Didn't even have any resources in it. You know, if I wanted to build and send invaders in this game, like, quite a lot, I wouldn't want to spam Twitter saying, I've just made this vehicle, like, and I've just made this vehicle continuously all the time. Ah, why are rocks so low to the ground? I can't make my lasers any lower without making this vehicle really bad on hilled terrain. I guess I'll just focus on trees. That is annoying. It's when stuff gets stuck underneath your vehicle and your tractor pad tries to pick it up, like it's doing now with that one on the front. And it just tips and twists your vehicle, and then everything falls off because you've fallen over. The weird thing is it stays in the tractor pad until you use the beam to reset center yourself and put yourself upright. That's when you drop all your stuff, like not while you're flipping upside down. Everything is like attached magnetically or something. Now I just have to wait for this all to unload. Okay, bye, Sniper. I mean, they've already got a website and they've got like forums and stuff on there, so it wouldn't be hard. I'm hoping that eventually they're going to like take out the Twitter thing for sharing and use like Steam's Workshop or something to handle the code. At the moment, I think the main reason they made it so that it uses Twitter to share your vehicles and things is just to advertise the game, because everyone's posting like screenshots of it all the time because they're trying to play the game. I mean, it's quite a good game. There are a few similar sorts of games like Robotcraft and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, but I think once the AI is like working and you can make harvesters and things, I think this game will play a lot more like a strategy game, where you build a base and you build loads of workers and an army and send them off to do things. Just as it is at the moment, it's just like the one vehicle, because, well, your other vehicles don't do anything. Where the hell is my harvester anyway? Oh, solar panels came back up. He was here a while ago, but he seems to have just driven off again. Oh well. I'm sure he'll turn up eventually. I mean, one of the things I loved about Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, because it was the same sort of vehicle building thing, but it was the fact that you could do like so many crazy things. They had different challenges for it. It's like you could make a vehicle that was basically a seat with a pogo device on the bottom and a propeller to push it forwards. And they had like carrying missions where you move stuff around. They had races, they had battle fights and things. And then Robocraft came out, and that was really good, but it's only PvP, so you can't make crazy stuff. There's no decouplers or building trains, so everybody just built like stairs with guns on it because that was effective. So I would really like to see this game like develop and like flesh out into a sort of a bigger strategy game where you can build tons of vehicles designed to do all different jobs. Well, up until now, my harvesters have only ever only ever just driven off into a spot and then sat there not doing anything. So he's normally like just sitting over here on a hill. But I went away on the scout plane, had a fly around to look for things, and then when I came back, he was gone. Oh, wrong button. Hang on, I've got to get used to flying again. There we go. I'm just going to scout around again because enemies don't seem to be appearing. Hi there. I don't know, I liked Nuts and Bolts as a game. I think the main reason so many people don't like it is because it was trying to be a Banjo-Kazooie game. Hey look, a propeller. I could come back for that at some point. Make a bigger plane. Because Banjo-Kazooie had a big fan base, so everybody was like, oh yeah, a new Banjo-Kazooie game. And then it has none of the original gameplay mechanics. Like, Kazooie had no purpose in the new game. In the old game, she had all, like, special abilities and things. But in the new one, she just held the wrench while Banjo did everything. But the game itself was good, I think. Because there were very few sort of block buildery games like that at the time. Now there's like a billion indie ones all over the place. But I'm mainly hoping that this one fleshes out into a decent game, because there's a lot of little indie builders like this, and what they've got so far on this one is really good. Like, if they put in all the sort of the diversity to build, you know, boats and decoupling things so you can build vehicles that drop stuff off, or like mobile bases, it would be quite good. Okay, I didn't realise I still had the music feature turned on Moobot. I don't use that because copyrighted music and stuff. I have some copyright-free music on my computer somewhere. Well, yeah, I do remember Lego Racers. That was quite a good game, but even that, it was only racing cars. You know, it wasn't flexible. I don't hear any music. I mean, I haven't got the song request thing playing, so it shouldn't be playing any music on my stream. Unless you've just clicked on the link, PvP. I was really hoping to see some enemies around. I flew back here earlier to see if I could find stuff, explore a bit, and I found a group of enemies, so I thought that maybe killing them would get the enemies working again. But I think they might have just been enemies which I'd encountered previously and not bothered killing, and left there. So for some reason, bad guys aren't spawning. I'll look into a fix for it before next time I stream, and if I can't find the fix, then I'll have to start the game again, which will be frustrating, but... You know, if there's nothing to shoot, then... I'm not gonna, like, enjoy playing the game, and it's not very enjoying to stream if there's no one there. I have tried reloading the game. I've already reloaded it twice. It's not working. Oh, they're definitely enemies. They come at you from the very beginning of the game and blow up your base. Like, every time you try and drive off to do something, they attack your base and you have to run back and defend it. This is such a poorly designed plane. Like, it flies, but as soon as I shoot stuff, it just falls out of the sky. This game is only single player at the moment. I don't know if there's any intention to add multiplayer. I think the multiplayer would be interesting, but at the moment there's nothing like that. The closest thing there is the invaders, which basically you can build a vehicle and then send it to Twitter, and it will randomly drop into other players' worlds. Well, you should see the thing I built earlier. I need more money to actually spawn it in the world and send it off. As an invader. But it's basically a hovercraft that hovers by firing bullets down at the floor, instead of using the hover blocks. I'm going the wrong way. Also, that was not how to go around a corner. Oh, please don't break. I need that propeller. It's the only thing that makes this plane fly. There we go. Really? I don't think you can even do that. Like, the blocks are far too square. There are some triangular ones, but... I do have a YouTube channel, but I don't really post videos on it. I mostly post, like, recordings of my live streams. I'm mainly a live streamer. I would like to start doing videos. It's something I've really wanted to do, but they take a lot more time, because you have to sit down and do all the editing. As I mentioned earlier when some other people were around, I've got, like, a lot of medical appointments and things popping up all over the place, so my streaming schedule is really patchy and erratic. You know, I don't get a lot of free time anymore. Grabbing that. I do like the fact that you can just carry a single piece in with the mouse cursor wherever you go. Like, you can even grab the most important parts off your vehicle as you're being killed and take one piece with you as it respawns you, because the camera just flies over to the location you respawn and you're still holding it. I need to look at my mini-map more, because... Oh, don't break. I keep going around. I'm trying to get back to base, and I keep going around and around it. It's over there. I think I just saw it firing stuff into space. Is it still refining? It's not so much the needing to learn to fly better, it's the needing to learn to fly and read chat at the same time. Here we go. The big problem with the planes is they have really weird controls. When they're on the ground, like now, they have a different control set to when they're flying. So as soon as your wheels leave the ground and it takes off, the controls change, and you have to change which buttons you're pressing. Otherwise, you just fly your plane back into the ground. Get inside this repair bubble. I do want to test out a design. Like, I really should be finishing up soon, but I want to test out a design for a new plane. Because this is just a little scout plane. I want to build one that's actually, like, armed and has weapons and stuff. I suppose while I'm doing that, I can show you the thing I built a little while ago. Here it is. This is my bullet-powered hovercraft. Yeah, I want to build a fighter plane. The problem is, planes have to be balanced, weight-wise. Basically, this thing has a lot of very fast-firing guns to make it hover, and some thrusters to make it move around, so you can fly it. Sort of. So yeah, it's a bit silly, but I wanted to see if it was possible. Here we go, new vehicle. Now, the problem with planes is they have to be quite light. And the more blocks you put on, the less light it's going to be. But if I make this wide enough, I should be able to stick, like, cannons and things on the underside. Alright, now that I've attached blocks, this can no longer drive around on the little cabby wheels. And this research and development place is really handy for trying out your designs. Was that the same type? I need the other one. That one. I kind of needed that wheel. Come back. I'm not sure making it with a booster is a good idea. The boosters and the fly button, once you're in the air, are the same button. So if you have a booster, it will always be boosting until you run out of fuel. Maybe these need to be a bit further out. Kind of hoping they add like more wings so you can have some longer wings in there or something, because these are just extra weight. This is going to be really slow moving, so it's going to need propellers, but where are the propellers anyway? There they are. Okay, I can't actually take off because the ground's too flat. Really? Ah, frustrating. Yeah, something like that. I mean, this game has a lot of small, medium, and large blocks, so just like some medium wings would be good. To bear with me a second, I'm trying to test out how well this flies as it is so far. The problem is, so long as any part of the plane is touching the floor, it's still in, like, vehicle driving mode. So you can't pull up or push down, you've just got forwards and backwards. You have to, like, change which buttons you're pressing once the entire thing's in the air. And the ground is too flat. This should work, though. Yeah, it's too heavy. Got a big ramp there. We can try and get it to go up there without anything for it to crash into. Now it sort of glides, but it's just too heavy to pull up. I need to make this lighter. Might actually have to use these for once. Well, I want to leave somewhere for a gun, you know? Maybe if I make this wider, I can put more propellers on it. Like those military planes that have like 2 sets of propellers on the wings. Where are the propellers? So these red and white and blue blocks are incredibly light. They're also incredibly flimsy, so like most guns will break them. I think something a bit like that should give me enough room to put guns on. Don't know if I've got anything I can put on the front that would be a good idea. I'm trying to keep the cab on the inside where it's protected. Where's the other wheel gone? I mean, this has twice as many pillars now. It does have more blocks, but they're all light blocks. These are quite heavy blocks, these ones, so... we'll see if that flies better. I might actually be able to take off on these larger hills now. These don't work like proper hills. Like, the wheels hit the front and then they just sort of crash. There we go. It's a bit front heavy still, but it's flyable. I need to balance it a bit better so there's more weight at the back. I think making the front a little bit longer would balance that better. Let's put one block there and put that on there. Just looks too long. I'm not sure if using gyroscopes is a good idea in a plane, because you can't steer, but I'll see what one does. I mean, I know it's kind of stuck to the top at the moment, actually. Yeah. That might balance it a little bit better. I mean, when I start sticking guns and things on it, it's going to completely change how the vehicle balances, so... The steering is really, like... I suppose skiddy. I have no idea what happened there. Like, it doesn't start turning till quite a while after I've started turning, but then once it has started, it keeps turning for quite a while. You know, I don't think the gyroscope has any effect on its ability to steer. But now it can have guns. I suspect these may unbalance the plane, but... yeah, I'll have a go at changing the wheels around in a minute. I want to see how much of effect these particular guns have weight-wise. Wow, that went down very quick. Come on. I think they're just too heavy. Nope. I mean, those would be the ideal weapons to have on a plane, I think. Like a bigger plane, because they auto-aim, they're multi-directional. And they're also quite heavy hitting, so you don't have to hang around for a long period of time. Like, if you had them on the underside, you only have to like hit them with 1 or 2 shots to deal serious damage, then you can turn round and come back and hit them again, but... I need some better wheels, because these are not taking the weight of the plane. I doubt these will work, because these are more like racing wheels, but perhaps with a bit of adjustment. I mean, if it can go faster, then it should be able to take off faster. At least that's my theory. Let's put one of you there. I'm going to need to borrow just repair the plane. Trying to decide the best guns to put on there. It's got to be something that has long range, not like the little, like these ones. Because those just sort of fire down, they're not very accurate. I mean, those are a bit better, but... wheels in the way. There. I mean, they should rain down, like, gunfire from above. They do have, you know, aiming, unlike the stud lasers, so... Radar. I keep forgetting to put these on it. Having a mini-map is very useful when you're, you know, scouting around. I mean, these mortars could be really good on the bottom for, like, firing lots of bullets, but they won't be able to aim. We'll see how this flies, although I have a feeling I've made it even more front-heavy. Definitely moves quicker on the ground. But it sort of took off. Just doesn't pull up very fast. So I don't know if the wing mechanics work. Like, sticking more on will make it pull up faster or make it fly better. This is actually going down despite me pulling up, so it's just too heavy. Put that there and put another propeller on the front. Problem is, it doesn't really need more propellers. It goes forwards fast enough. It's just making it bigger is making it too heavy. What is that thing? Oh, it's just a one-block silo. I do wish you could make the dispensers. It's like, instead of storing stuff on a giant silo, you have like a container that doesn't show it all floating up in a giant mass of parts, and then it just ejects one at a time out of the dispenser. See if those extra wings allow it to gain more lift or not. So now it tilts up and down very quickly. Like, I'm barely tapping the keyboard, but it's still going down, isn't it? I'm just worried that by making the tail longer, it's going to basically be adding more weight. Ran over again. It's actually not tilting as much. These must take into consideration like the distance from the wings then for how much it pivots. Well, that's actually knocked the wheels off. That was not part of the plan. I want to try just to see how it works, because that's the whole point of doing this now, is to see how planes work, to get a better idea of what parts I need when I'm in the actual game. I don't think thrusters are a very good idea on a plane because of the way their controls work, but you can see. Also, fuel tanks are incredibly heavy, so like if I wanted to use those, it probably wouldn't fly. Well, the problem is the booster button is the same button as the stay in the air button. So once you're in the air, you have to have the boosters on or you will crash. I mean, it flies faster, but now I'm out of fuel, so they're just turning on and off. Which makes it quite hard to steer, actually, because it's going too fast to do tight corners. That's how planes land, isn't it? I think the boosters are actually pushing like the back down and making it steer out of control. But if you let go of the booster button, the propellers turn off. That only took forever. I do wish they'd fix the rotation, like, buttons. There's only 2 buttons for rotation, which is next rotation or previous rotation. Right. Next experiment. Need a couple of those. Yes, you can build helicopters. God, this one's back heavy. I can't actually go back to base. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. It's interesting because the propellers don't turn on when you press shift until you're in the air. But on a helicopter they do turn on and you take off. It just went up very quickly because it's very light. It only had a block. I actually think I need more than that block now because it was kind of heavy on one side. Nope, that's still too heavy on one side. Maybe this will be a vehicle that I actually need a gyroscope for. If so, it will be like the first vehicle I actually need it for. Did that really just go on sideways? Still going backwards. Okay, we're going to need to use tons of these little thrusters. I did not want to go all the way over here. Alright, let's try again. Well, first thing I want to work out if I'm doing a helicopter is how to make it actually steerable. Because there's no point in putting more propellers on to make it fly faster or anything if you can't steer it. Especially if I fly too far away from this base, I can't actually get back here without leaving and then starting R&D mode again. I need a gyroscope, which is... actually, there and there. That should give me left and right and forwards, but I also need backwards, so that. Yeah, that's not working. That's too heavy. It's sort of hovering just above the ground. That's too light at the back and too heavy at the front, so makes it kind of hard to steer. So here's my brilliant plan. Stick those on there. That should balance it out a bit better, weight-wise. Yeah, there we go. I can actually sort of control hover. Can't control height very well. Like, to stop it going up, you have to let go for like a second. If you just let go and press it again, you do drop quite a lot. But I think that's the best you're going to get. So now it needs weapons. And I think for a vehicle like this... Actually... Before we stick weapons on, I want to see those hover things. Is this the hover thing? No, it's an anchor. There it is. I mean, these are more for making hovercraft, so they don't really work as landing pads, but really you need like a don't take damage landing pad thing. See, now this can just hover around though, so... Oh god, these thrusters here, the ones that allow me to turn, they're using fuel. Yeah, that's not going to work because I've got no control over it. When it lands, I want it to, like, not move. I think that is actually running out of fuel. Okay. I need to stick a fuel tank in it somewhere, which is going to be really hard. Because they're quite heavy. I suppose if I take these out and put in single blocks, I can get one in the middle. There we go. Yeah, I do want to put a radar on and guns and things. I'm just having a bit of trouble working out where to put things. Because unless I make this a lot bigger, which will unbalance it weight-wise, there's not really a lot of attachment points. You know what? These are actually too heavy. They're preventing me from taking off. They make such brilliant, like, landing feet. They're spoilers for racing cars. Just put them upside down to make landing feet because they don't seem to take a lot of damage when you drop on them, but You know what will work better? I'm not sure how easily these take damage, but... Oh, wrong button. Really? That's too heavy as well. It takes so long for it to get off the ground. Like, vertical height is so bad. I mean, that's actually flying, but... I just want something on the feet that will prevent it from taking damage, prevent the gyroscopes and things from taking damage, like every time you land. Because, I mean, look, the first thing to hit the floor when you land is going to be the cab. I guess we try swapping these out for light blocks. See if that makes it light enough that the feet can still work on the bottom. That's going up a bit quicker now. More propellers and boosters, really. I mean, if I add another propeller, I have to make the whole vehicle significantly larger to put room on it, because these propellers are 3x3 wide. So now it's light enough, it's got feet on, can move around. Came down a little hard, but you know, there isn't a block that's not going to take damage when you land. So I just want something simple and cheap that you can use as landing feet, so the main body of the helicopter doesn't take damage. Actually, you know what might work better? If I remember correctly, there's some really tiny piddly wheels somewhere. I thought they were like those, but they attach, like, straight on. Maybe there aren't, and I'm just making a mistake. So I thought there were smaller versions of those. And these are kind of big and bulky and weighty, so that doesn't even take off. It can drive around, sort of, but it can't take off. Because they're like heavy armoured wheels. do hate the fact that this build beam makes your vehicle, like, bobble up and down. It makes it very hard to attach things accurately. Like just then, I put something over there instead of on the bottom. Where are you off to? Be there for the moment. Block, gyroscope, 2 blocks, gyroscopes. This needs to be 2 blocks, so I actually need just 1, then a gyroscope. Can't put a gyroscope on the front of that. Fine, I'll use a block then. I just thought we could hide an AI thing in there as well, so it would fly around. See, the problem is now that's front heavy. Don't really need to put another speed booster in. But we might have to put another one in there just to balance it out weight-wise. Also, I can't attach this anywhere. That's annoying. There we go. I'm missing some light blocks on this side, that's why it's tipping. Actually, that's still reasonably balanced. I mean, we could really do with like a landing bar type thing, because wheels, like, while they work, they're not ideal. Just like a little bar you can put between these two things that doesn't take damage from landing would be a lot better. I mean, if I stick wheels on this, then this essentially becomes a car while it's on the ground. It's the wrong wheel. That wheel. I'm keeping it kind of symmetrical because I don't want it tipping over and flying around out of control. There we go. See, helicopters don't drive. Alright, let's see if this flies. So... I need to move these thrusters forwards. The problem with the thrusters is they work based on their position. So having them on the end here allows it to pivot and turn. But if you put one of the thrusters like further over this way, then it just like strafes to the side rather than turning. So this isn't working because I've put them on the back instead of the front, so now left and right steering is backwards. Could you please stop moving? The wheels aren't braking because the vehicle is too heavy for it. There we go, now I've actually got control over it. Yes, guns are next on the list. I'm thinking it should have like pirate ship style guns on the side. I mean, it doesn't need guns on the front if it flies around. So those middle ones will aim a bit, and these ones will just fire mortars all over the place. Nope, now it can't take off, it's too heavy. What happens if I get rid of these? The GSO blocks are much better armor-wise. The Venture ones here are... they're really weak, and these actually break within one hit of the Megaton cannon over here. But they're also a lot lighter, so they tend to get used when you're building flying vehicles and things. Like I'm trying to do now. Seriously, why is it driving off? Yeah, these guns are actually preventing it from flying. Can we get away with just 2 guns? No, it's still too heavy to take off. Oh, this is going terribly. Okay, we're going to have to replace all the blocks with Venture's light blocks. Because otherwise I've got to make this a lot larger just to get more propellers on it so that it can carry the weight of the guns. I mean, these parts are expensive, so... Did that really just break all of it? There we go. I did not realise that all of that is attached by one block. It's because the gyroscopes only attach on certain sides. Actually, I'm not sure if I can take that one out. We'll try it with that for the moment. Because this block should weigh about the same as the cabin and block in there. If I change that to a light, it'll end up being really heavy on the front. Have I lost a propeller? Oh, there it is. Let's see if it can actually fly with 6 guns now. Okay. Can it fly with 4 guns? Barely. Making a helicopter that can actually take guns and things is quite hard. We haven't even got a radar on here. Maybe putting the fuel tank on the back will balance it out with the cabin. It still can't take off. What about these? I have no idea what they are. Turbine propellers. I imagine these are more for hovercraft, but we'll see if they work the same way. Because these could look cool off the side if they're attached. Like that. Does appear to be turning on with the other propellers. That's upside down, okay. Could you please stop moving? This is another one of those parts that doesn't want to go quite where you want it. That's upside down. This is probably going to add a lot of upward thrust if this works. Whether it's going to be too much once we got the guns on there, like weight-wise, I don't know. Why does this not want to attach properly? There we go. See, now that's got like too much upward thrust. But we still got to put these guns back on and see how heavy it is. Actually, that might work now we got fans. Sort of so they're not sticking out the side. We can have some forward-firing mortars. I don't think an actual helicopter would work like this, because the mortars will probably take out the propellers that are spinning above them, but... oh god, that's quite back-heavy. I think we just broke all our wheels off. Yeah, I know it flies higher now, but putting more guns on is going to unbalance it quite a lot. That's still tilting backwards a little bit. I need to try and fly back and get some wheels. Which is surprisingly hard to do. Oh, it's because I'm out of fuel. I have to wait for this to recharge. Have I just broken all of those off now? Wheels. Why is it saying that that is not an attachable point? Ah, it's not an attachable point because I've lost the gyroscope in the middle of the helicopter. And it's not actually attached to anything. Try again. Who'd have thought building a helicopter is so difficult? No, I'm not sticking a megaton cannon on it. That's like the heaviest gun there is. If I stick that on it, it will not fly. Although I think I would like to save this vehicle. Don't actually need that middle propeller now, because we've got these 4 more propellers here. So if I can get a replacement gyroscope in the middle. Oh, don't take that off. This one. Hoping this will balance the weight of the guns out a bit more, because these are really heavy, but they're more forward now, so nope. You stop rolling. I mean, we can probably get away with moving these back one. I can put more of these on the front to weigh the front out a bit more, but because I think these thrusters are quite light compared to these guns. Still leaning back. What can we put on the front to balance it out, weight-wise? Some more armour blocks might be a good idea. Just a couple of these little armour wedges. Seriously, is that still back heavy? Those armour blocks weigh quite a lot. I know they're only little 1 block ones, but different kind of gun. Hang on a sec, that's not going to work. Because if I attach a battery, it'll be empty. Due to anchor there. Just trying to get the wheels repaired. Still need a radar dish. In the middle. Suppose we could try putting something. Just stick a drill on the front. Because helicopters need drills. That's actually almost enough to balance it out weight-wise. So we need something around about the weight of a drill. You know what? We should stick a couple of these strips on the bottom. It won't really look like much, but is that in the right place? Yeah. When it gets nighttime in the actual world, it'll just look like a giant spotlight, because those LED strips are really bright on one side. And that has actually balanced it out. There we go, we have a helicopter with guns. Granted, the giant circular discs on the side don't make it particularly helicopter-like, but and it's got a drill on the front just in case it comes up against a particularly tall tree. Now we need to name it. Any ideas for a name? Wow, the chat delay. Guess I could call it the shield helicarrier. See, if I was going to make a helicopter called a shield helicarrier, it would probably be bigger and covered in energy shields, just because it's shield. And megaton cannons. A hexacopter. I quite like that, actually. Right, I'm going to quickly go and find out how much it is, and then I will finish up the stream, because I started a lot later and it is probably a bit too late. Wow, it's midnight here. Base. Oh, not blocks, text. There it is. $43,000. I could actually afford it if I wanted. It would cost all of my money, but I could afford it. And it's my hovercraft powered by bullets. Yeah, I won't actually spawn it in this world. don't think, because that'll cost me all the money I've got. I need to keep some backup money in case like my base gets destroyed or my vehicle like loses its guns, because I won't be able to defend myself. But yeah, I'm gonna finish up. Thank you guys for watching the stream. It's nice to actually have a few people in the stream for once. I think because I'm streaming a bit later, it must be crossing over into a different time zone where there's more people. But if you want to watch, I do try to stream every Tuesday. My schedule is a bit patchy, as I may have mentioned a couple of times, but I always post on my Twitter, so you can keep an eye on there to see when I'm streaming. And I'll see you all next week. Bye.